Let's start a poll. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. There we go. Hey, Cleveland, Grass, Matthew, how you guys doing? Thanks for popping in, guys. Sorry, I was making up a poll. My phone is all. There we go. That's better. My thing is all discombobulated here. I don't understand what's happening. All right. Stupid bendy neck thing. Missed the dry fit? That's all right. You'll get to see it again. Because I fucked up. But it was pretty. It was pretty. We even sprayed it with some alcohol so we could see the grain. But in my rush to get to dry fit, I never cut down my final sizing. And so it was like 48 inches long. Way too long. So we get to remake the maple piece or the black walnut pieces and go for an overall size of 36 inches as was intended. I was initially going for like, I don't know, 44, but that number just, it's too big. So we're going to go with 36. And that means that our black walnut is all going to have to be redone, which is not a problem because I have a piece right there that I think is going to be perfect for it. So, unfortunately, that means we get to make a lot of noise again, and at least we only have to route the black walnut this time. That's true, Grass. That's true. That is true. Well, I think that's the piece that I want anyway. I may be mistaken. That might be an entirely different piece. If it is, then that means I've already used the piece that I thought I was going to use, and then we'll just shift gears and I'll do something else. But let me get my short man ladder here. So I can play with my wood proper. Yeah. I thought I had... Oh, it's right here. Yeah. All right. So we need this anyway, or at least 3 pieces of it. There we go. It's not quite highly figured, but it is figured. Let's see what it looks like with a little bit of alcohol on it. We'll check both sides. All right, well, let's turn you peeps over here. YouTube moderator. Oh no. Inappropriate content, hate speech, and multiple complaints. Oh, darn. Shucks. Here, you know what? What if I just do that and then nobody cares about you? Bye, YouTube moderator. It's such a shame. Fucking stupid ass people, I swear. Hey, Steve, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming in, man. All right, we're gonna see if can you guys see this? What's up, Saving Grace? How you doing? We're gonna see what this piece of black walnut looks like when we put some alcohol in it or on it. Let's see. Hopefully. What do you think? Is that going to be good? Let me unplug that. We'll flip it around to the other side too. Talking about customers? Oh, you mean on the pole? No, I was more referring to this build. What do we think? This grain right here looks kind of weird. But it doesn't look terrible. All right, let's see what the other side looks like. Hey guys, that was my table. It just got extremely flammable in my shop, I think. This side probably looks better, doesn't it? Try to get you somewhere where you can have a... Yeah, that side looks better. Just made a video about the juice groove jig. Well, hell yeah. I need that. I hate doing juice grooves. Still looks janky down here in this corner, but that's just part of the grain. I believe it just goes across. That's weird. Interesting. But I think this side probably looks better. I think this will be the piece. This will be it. All right, we're going to remake our black walnut. Now we have no viewers. Oh no. YouTube moderator kicked me out of YouTube. Should I like it? Right? But for the poll, I was generally referring to just in general. Not everybody has customers. Some people don't. They just build stuff to build stuff. Oh man, there's a split in the bottom of it. Shit. How much am I gonna have? All right. If I take it to 39. Plus 4. Plus. Oh, wait, 39. So. 15. That's 19 and a half per side. So let's just go 19, 23, 27, 31. All right, 19, 23, 27, 31, 35. Another piece of black walnut up here. Let's look at this one. At least it's on the janky side. Yeah, but it goes through. It goes through and I don't like it. And if I cut it down to that side, I will be a little bit short. There will be zero room for error. Hey, LJ, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. Looks like someone sneezed on that end. Hi again, Steve. All right, so let's point you guys over here so you can watch me fall off this little step stool. Because why not? I'm going to grab this other piece of black walnut. We're going to see, because if it is also decently figured and I can get enough for one side out of it, then I have some room to play here. If not, I will have to make a trip to the lumberyard. Man, this is my last big piece of black walnut. Shucks. Ugh. It's got to go through the planer, but it doesn't look bad. Oh, it's got some curl at that end. And is it going to be wide enough? That is going to be the kicker. All right, so that puts us at 9 3/4. Probably be a 9. Nope, it's not going to be wide enough. Nuts! All right, well. So here's the thing. This one will be wide enough. I can try to fix this with some, oh my goodness, girth is important. Yes, it is. Keep going back. You made a funnier comment before that. Best not have you over. You're a pyro. Alcohol mixed with wood with tongue and groove. Sounds more like a naughty film than crafting. I can fix this. Or I can at least make it stable. This piece will not be wide enough, but man, it'd be pretty. Look at this. That piece won't be wide enough, but damn, it would be pretty. Now that's obviously rough from the mill, but that'd be some fun grain to play with. Why can't I trim what is already cut? Okay, so the issue is grain match. All right. I want my grain to match all the way down through. So the only pieces that I can trim are the first and the last. Otherwise, if I cut a section out of here, now my grain no longer matches. Right? Now, I can trim these both. No, I can't, because this grain has to match the other side. So the way I was going to do it now is to just eliminate the double panel on the front and the back, or first and third panel. And then I no longer need this split, because it won't be centered and it'll just look stupid. Now, I could abandon the grain match idea I could abandon the grain match idea and go with something like, I could make 2 panels, you know, a panel on each end out of something like this that's figured, but then I have straight grain in the middle and 2 curly figured-ish grains. And I don't know if I would like the way it's going to look. Oh, you would think it's not going to be as noticeable, but it will be. It will be extremely noticeable. Yeah, so this piece is going to be too narrow. That won't work out. Plus, it's going to be even narrower because I have rough cut edges that I have to straighten. Oh, it would be noticeable to everybody. If you go back to Saturday's live and look at when I did the dry fit and sprayed them with alcohol, you could see the grain match going through the black walnut. And if I stopped that grain match, if I interrupted it, it would be blatantly obvious. Now, so my options are to go with the janky seam. Yeah, saving grace. I like this grain too. I do like the end of that one with that little bit of like sort of sapwood here. It looks like it started to color, but I actually rather enjoy that. That's pretty nice. I may turn that in. That's going to be a project or something. Hey, Steph. I'm just I have to do the panels again. And I'm just trying to think of how to do it so that it still looks appropriate. I'm not going to abandon the black walnut idea because that's how I designed the whole thing. But I suppose I could eliminate, I could take out the front and rear panel and just keep one panel. Or hang on, guys. Let me get you put back up here so you're not just looking at my nasty ass floor stuff here. What happened to the other ones? It's too long. I need to cut it down. I got ahead of myself for the fitment and cutting the grooves and stuff, and I didn't pay attention to size. So because I didn't pay attention to size, I ended up far too long, and it screwed me in the end. So we have to do some makeup work. But we have to do it so that it still looks good. You can't... I won't allow something to leave my shop that I'm not happy with. Okay? If I'm going to do it, I'm a firm believer in if you're going to do something, do it the right way. Do it in a way that you can be proud of it. Don't just half-ass things. I don't know if you guys could hear me when I was talking, but I'm a firm believer in if you're going to do something, do it right. Don't half-ass it. If you're going to make something, Might as well make it to the best of your ability. And yes, Jeffrey, it has my name on it. That's exactly it. In the woodworking business, that final product is your advertisement. If that final product looks like trash, or there's something, even if it can look really good, it can look amazing, but if somebody looks at it and thinks there's something off, even if they don't know what it is, that person will probably never buy from you, because they're going to say, I've seen something he made or they made, and there was something about it that I didn't like, or just they didn't blatantly like it, you know. And then that'll be the last time they think about you. So we're going to do a layout real quick. Hey, Runick, how you doing, bud? Thanks for coming. We're trying to fix the side panels. I just need to come up with a way to do it, which is what I intended to do yesterday, and then I got sidetracked with clients, and I had to do some what the hell do you call it? Video chatting with some customers, and by the time it was all said and done, it was like 10 o'clock, and I'm like, oh shit, I never went live. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a layout. We're not going to hammer them together. We're just going to put them down so that I can actually look at it instead of just think about it. So these pieces haven't been sanded yet. So we're just going to kind of put these together. We're going to leave them their full length right now, even though the full length is wrong. Just for simplicity. And then Grass can see what they look like, because he missed the dry bit. I mean, it does look really good. The product has come out beautifully, but it is just not. It's too long. It's not short enough. But we came up with a way to fix it. And so now I just need to decide how I'm going to fix it. But to do that, I need to look at it. I need to see it. I need to play with it. I can't just do it in my head. This is my process. And to be honest, whether you guys were here or not, this would still be getting done. So, all right. So what we came up with is we're going to shorten these end panels, and then I may or may not just redo all three panels and make them all even. Hey, Double A, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Michael, how you doing? Thanks for coming. I appreciate you guys. So we're visualizing what's going on here. All right, this is what we need to fix today, and then we'll probably do a glue up for the stretcher, but for right now, this is where we are. In fact, why don't we turn this around, and I'll spray it with alcohol so grass can see what it looks like at least. And anybody who didn't see what it looked like. Oh, this is the one that's got the knots on the back. I didn't fill anything yet, but the knots will be filled in on whatever wood that I use. So what we are going to do is we're not going to anchor these together, but we'll get them pushed together. All right, so there's what the panel will look like, or was going to look like. And we'll do this. Might as well have it look pretty. Right. Now this wasn't sanded or anything, obviously. So that's what it would have looked like. And this is where we discovered it's too long. All right. So unless Alan's grandbaby is a giant, we had to fix it. And what we came up with was taking it down to 36 inches, which I believe we were doing maybe this way. So we still have grain match. We have this, now we have this seam here that is off center, and that's going to bug me. Okay. It will bother me. So we are there. There's where we, come on. Just hook on. We'll just move this whole piece down. And that would have put us right about there. Okay. Now, cut the end maple some distance on both sides. It would look good and a lot less work. Possibly. Possibly. Are you talking like just make the stiles thinner? Because I can. So I can gain 4 inches if I cut an inch off of each one of these. Okay. Which, I mean, our overall length is, actually, our overall length isn't that bad. Hang on. Maybe we can make this work. Maybe we can make this work with the wood we have here. I didn't really give this a ton of thought on Saturday. So these aren't squeezed perfectly together like they would be, but our overall length is 38. Which okay, so it's a heavy 38 and a half. So I could cut each one of these down a half an inch. That's 38 and a quarter, but whatever. I could, about 38 and a half. Yeah, 38 and a light half. I could cut each one of these down by half an inch. Just take a half inch off, and there I have my 2-inch gain, which will put me down at 36 and a half, which, if I recall, the final measurement was to be 33 by 17. Okay, so we need to go down to 33. All right. So if I cut an inch off, that will take us down to, let's just say 30, let's just round this up to 38 and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4. We could keep the proportions, rip an inch off of each style, make them just a little thinner, redo the groove, and all we'd have to do is on the 2 center ones redo the groove. The 2 end ones, we'll take the grain off, we'll take the cut off the outside edge, which would take us down to 34 and a half. And if I recall, what size mattress did you get, Alan? 32? If I take these down, because these are, those are 3-inch. The maple is 3-inch. So if I take them down to 2-inch, it probably wouldn't look terrible. Let's see what it looks like at about 2-inch. It would be right about there. All right, so let's take this panel. Whoops. So we want, so let's get here. There. All right. So we want, let's just get an idea of how that would look with thinner styles, or thinner styles. Yeah. Now we need 2 inches here. Okay. Give or take, that's how it would be. The black walnut would be a predominant color. 16 by 32. Okay. All right. So. All right. All right. And then I could probably, so I want to try to get down to 33 to 34. That would be ideal. Which means I'm going to have to lose about 2 more inches. What was our overall length? Our overall length was what, 38? So, was it 38? $38.5? Because taking an inch off of each one would drop us down to 34, which would be acceptable. I really should write these measurements down so I don't have to keep putting it back together to remeasure it when I forget. Also, wood smells like alcohol, and it's making me thirsty. Okay, so our overall length was 38.5. I can get us down to 34, which is really close to that 33 mark. Michael got chewed out. Michael, is your wife back in the hospital? Or, oh, she's home now. Okay, good. Could put a storage bin on the inside. No, that would take away from the overall look. It's a good idea, but not on this particular build. Hey, Wayne, how you doing, bud? Okay, so this could work. This could work. Because all we're looking at, you said 16 by 32. Okay, so 16 by 32. So if we go with a 34-inch-ish interior space, the only thing we have to do, that would give about an inch in front and back for the mattress to just be there. And I feel like with blankets and whatever else people put in this stuff, it probably wouldn't matter. Hang on. Let me think about this for a minute because I don't want to commit to this and then find out we're fucked. Okay, so let me think about it for a minute while I crack a beverage. I think this will work though. I do. I really do. And then we can keep the same width. We can keep the same black walnut. Worst case, I could rip off just a little bit off of each end. It would shift this off center, but we may be able to. Hang on. Let me properly think about this. Oh no. My door's empty. Jesus Christ. Somebody left me a 3-minute voicemail from an 800 number. They're really committed to that extended warranty. Okay. All right. So, we are exactly 3-inch pieces for the maple. They are exactly 3. And there's 4 of them, so logically we can drop 4 inches if we make them 2-inch wide. And we can keep symmetry down the board. symmetry is important. Symmetry to the eye is what makes things. If it's non-symmetrical and it's not even from left to right, your eyes will tell you that it's wrong. So really, whatever we do to this half of the board, we have to duplicate it to this half of the board. And that will provide symmetry. They don't all have to be identical. They just, this one has to match this one has to match this one. That's... Hey, Urban Makings, how you doing? The beverage will fix it? Hell yeah. Empty drawer sucks though. Yeah, it does. But I just, I usually fill up the door. So that way I can just open it, reach over and grab it. But now I gotta like lean over to get them out of the case in the bottom. It's exhausting. I think we can do this. And if I fuck it up, I have one stick of curly maple here, I believe. But I do have the curly cherry, which is what we're going to use. We're going to glue up our style, or our stretcher. We're going to get that glued up a while because we know what our overall length is going to be, or at least close enough. Everyone with me cheered me on. Hell yeah. Cheers, Ergo. So the other idea that I have is we could take an inch off of the ends, drop those to 2 inch. We could take 1 1/4 inches off of the middles, which would give us 4.5 inches shy, which would drop us really close to that 34-inch mark. Oh, we'd be just under it, I think. Yeah, we'd be just under 34 inches. We'd be probably looking at like maybe 33 1/4 or 3/4. But I'm thinking that if we take 1 1/4 inches off, then these pieces will only be 1 3/4 inches wide. I mean, even if we went as far as 1.5 inches, that would drop us down. Actually, that would take us to about 33.5. But then our overall piece is our center pieces would only be this wide. Okay. Which may be a bit small. Let me put something here. So the overall, if we did by 1.5 inches, our styles would only be that wide if we did it on the center pieces. And I'm not sure that I like that. That extra 1/2 inch, I don't mind the 2 inch. The 2 inch looks okay. I think it's that extra half, even 1 1/4 inches or 1 3/4 inches would look probably okay. But if you dropped it down to 1.5 inches, it would look, I think it would look really bad. I think I'm all right. You know what? Let's do this. Let's take 1 inch off of everything, or 1 inch off of each maple piece, and we'll lay them out again, and we'll see how it looks. And if we have to make other adjustments, I can I can make other adjustments. But ain't nothing to it but to do it. It's only wood. I have more. And then we've already got our deal here to set up our router bit, so that'll be easy. And it's only 2 pieces that we have to router one time, so it'll be super quick. And then we will see what our overall piece looks like. And we'll route them all at 2 inches. All right, let me get my disaster here cleaned up. Never put that piece of black walnut back up there. So we'll put it on this shelf for now. It's not the right shelf, but it's a shelf. And this cherry up. Well, it's got a big old knot in it, so we won't use that one. Because it's, if it was in the middle, it'd be one thing, but it's on an edge. So this piece won't get used for that. We'll use this piece for the stretcher. Got a black mark on it. Something in the bed of my truck must have left some grease on it. But that'll be the centerpiece of our stretcher. That and 2 pieces of curly cherry. Sandwich, just like our pieces over here. And then we'll run them all through the planer here. I don't know, maybe tomorrow. Maybe the next day. Maybe we'll watch them burn. Who knows? All depends on how this goes. Take them down to 2 inch. You're overthinking. I know. That's what I do. The stuff. There is people who will see my product and it must be good. Like I said earlier, if we're going to do something, it may as well be done to the best of your ability. Otherwise, what was the point in doing it? All right, I'm gonna make some noise here. I gotta cut 4 pieces, and then we'll move on. All right, so bear with me a few minutes. these two don't need a router groove. They are ready to put in here a while. That piece is numbered. There we go. This one. Okay. All right. That one. This one. All right. I've got some little curly cherry or curly maple chunks. Probably a good place for them. We're going to do something that I don't like to do. And that is, I'm going to put my router table right here on my table saw. Don't. Maybe we'll put it on there if it'll fit. But our bit is already chalked up. We just have to readjust the fence, which we can line up with our pieces wherever they went. Here they are. We'll line up that groove on this side. We'll route these two grooves. We'll see how they look. If everything comes out according to plan, we'll do that side and everything will be fine. Okay, this will fit on here. This is fine. We're good. We're good. All right. We're just going to straight up make a mess. I don't really care about dust collection at this point. Amy Joe, thanks for coming in. I'm sorry. That's true, Grass. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do it this way, and then we're gonna see if that is going to work out, and if not, we will make other adjustments if we can. Okay, so I need this and that. That should be pretty damn good. All right, we should be able to handle this. We're even pretty close to the height, or to the depth. I don't think it will be a big issue. We'll do a pass here and see. All right, I'm going to make some more noise. Bear with me for just a moment. Gotta make two cuts. Dos cutas. or however you say it. All right. Why am I not turning on? Oh, I unplugged it. All right. Get extra pieces. Where is the other piece? Right there. Burn. Can't fucking loosen now, you rat bastard. Alright, now I've got to cut this piece down to 2 inches wide because my fence moved. I must not have tightened it far enough. What did I do with my other piece? I just had it. Oh, duh. This piece is done. I've cut this one. This was our spare, and I think it's the right length. Yes. All right. So this one was our spare for this side. We still have a spare for the other side, just in case. It's just not cut down to length yet. So, give me 1 second. not get ahead of ourselves. Okay. This plugged in again. Make sure all my fucking bolts are tight. All right. We should be set to run. Okay. This one we never cut. Fuck, that looks ugly. All right. Think we might, I mean, we still have to make another pass with this, but I think these, all right, they will just fit. They're bottomed out, so we got to make them a little wider, but at least we got it figured out. But I'll have to make the rabbets a little deeper, but now that my fence isn't moving, probably won't move if I wanted to be honest. I cranked the fuck out of it. This one will go here. Now, they need to be cut deeper on this piece and that one on the other piece. Oh, for fuck's sake. But let's see if it's going to look all right before I go cutting it any deeper. God. Shit. Fucked it. All right. I forgot. I've got to open these up a little bit. Oh, I hope I didn't have my shirt stuck in it. Okay. All right. Now we will be, oh, I don't know, 1/8 of an inch oversized this way. Good gravy, that sounds tight. until I go through and do another pass on this side that I just cut. Oh. Goodness. All right. Yeah, we'll be about an eighth ish too long. Or longer than it will be after I get it sitting down. All right, that takes us to 34 and a half. Minus an eighth, 34, maybe 3/16. We'll be right just shy of 34 and a quarter. All right. So let's get an idea. Why is that not going down? What is under there? All right. I think I'm not angry at that. Let's see what it looks like. Ooh, almost yeeted it right off the table. All right. What do we think? Is the thinner maple, does it fuck with it? You like this better? Okay. All right. So you got a 32-inch mattress. That puts us 2.5, well, 2.25-ish inches oversized. I think we can live with that. Maybe an inch on each end. What do you think? Can we live with that? Or no? I could probably trim a little bit off the black walnut on each end. Without it really affecting the overall look, because then it'll still be symmetrical. It just won't be tri. And this is the look. Let's see if we can get some of that curl in that picture. Mattress is cheap. Fake, Alan. All right, we're going to go with this. All right, we'll do this. I have to route these deeper, but before I readjust that bit, I need to cut the other 4 maple pieces, and hopefully nothing goes wrong that I have to use that other maple piece. Man, that annoyed me. That was a beautiful piece of wood. So, here's what happened. My fence moved. when I went to cut, the fence was loose and I pushed it back. Fucked. Just straight trashed. It's a bummer. But it is what it is. These things happen. Just have a drink and move on. I do have fill for these. The inside will be smooth. But let's get the other two cut, and then we will have figured out our issue, our problems. And then probably what I'll do is I'll just stand here and do the hand sanding for a little while, chat with you guys, and have a drink or 12. Speaking of a drink, what happened to Dick? Or, I'm sorry, Richard. Not the good Richard, the other Richard. No one always came in here yelling at me. I haven't seen him today. I was kind of excited to have my own little troll, but I guess he got bored. All right, I'm going to cut these pieces and try to cut them cut out any defect that may be on them. 2 inches wide. Let's plug this thing in. I really got to get my power ran here. All right, gotta make some noise. Hang in there. Okay. There's our pieces for our other panel. Get the router set up so we can route those grooves all out. We'll do the hand sanding. We'll do another drag fit at some point. But we have to make 2 passes on the router because I got to raise the bit up. So we can take out the extra, or the other half of the depth. Fence is solid now. Are you trying to replace me? Hey, Creation Dust, how you doing? Yeah, Dick, don't be a dick. He ain't scared. Who needs push sticks, right? I can see my fingers. Hey, 100. How you doing? Thanks for coming in, guys. I appreciate it. If anybody was in here on Saturday, you know that we found out that the panels were too long, and we were coming up with different ways to shorten them. And we came up with a way to keep the look, keep the triple hearts. Unless you don't want triple hearts, Alan. If you just want one heart in the center and maybe something else on the ends, we can do that. You let me know. You let me know. 3 hearts? Okay. All right. I'll set the laser up tonight to cut out some hearts templates so that I can use them with the router, because that's how we're cutting those out. We're cutting them out with the router. Well, we'll rough them out on the bandsaw, but then we'll route them flush. Straight like noobs in Call of Duty. I don't know. That'd be kind of nostalgic. I was once a noob in Call of Duty. All right, so I'm going to do something that you really shouldn't do. You should always feed your parts through the router in the direction, like against the direction it's spinning. So the router bit can't bite the wood and just throw it. Okay? But because I have this on the outgoing end, I want to avoid having any tear out. I want to avoid any more mistakes. So I'm going to pull it back. It's called a climb cut. I'm going to keep a good grip on everything. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. And I'm going to cut my notch starting from this end. Okay, just come back a little bit. I just want to get through that tenon there. And then I should be able to come through it and not have any blowout. Okay? So, bear with me. It's going to be noisy. It's going to be messy. And if you're really lucky, you might get to see me lose a finger. So, stay tuned. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, now I got to raise the bit up. The blood on the wood? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, Daryl. Glad you found the channel. James, 9 days on this is a long time. Yes, it is. But to be fair, it's 9 days with, 5 days of those were 2-hour streams. So I don't do work past 8 o'clock at night. So after my day job, I come in and I do the loud bits, and then by 8 o'clock I call it a day and just hang out for a bit. So actually, I don't even need that. I need to do a fine adjustment. So do I have one? Yep, right there. Oh, maybe not. Here's one. Okay. I just needed another piece, one of the original pieces, so that I could recut the depth. Yeah. Thank you, Creation Dust. I appreciate that. Glad you guys all came in to watch me fix my mess up. This is what happens when you get ahead of yourself. All right. So that looks like we will be pretty perfect. Now, we did have a little bit of wiggle room that, in the depth here. Well, I guess I had the other side that I could have used. Didn't even think about that. We did have a little bit of wiggle room in our depth, so being precise isn't that important as long as we are consistent. Or as long as we get enough that we have the tongue on our black walnut is fully in the groove. All right, so I have to cut these two, and then I have to cut these other two, but I need to keep them separate. Man, that is an ugly piece of wood. I hope that comes out better than that. That side's not bad. It does have a little bit of curl to it. That side has some curl. It's got that right in the center. It's gonna bug me, but it's the same wood down the side, so it is what it is. All right, make sure I have this right. Yep. All right, I need to make 4 more passes. Maybe 5. I don't remember on the. I think I have to make 5 more passes. What did I just do with my ugly piece of wood? Oh, it's right there. Yeah, I have to make 5 passes because that replacement piece, we have to cut the depth on the other side again. All right, so give me just a few seconds or a few minutes here to cut this, and I'll be right with you. Okay. One more thing is we got to cut the tenon on that end. We are at the proper length. We just never cut the tenon on that end. So that's an easy fix. We can take care of that right quick. We'll drop our depth down, and we will change our. Oh, good Lord! I really cranked them things down, didn't I? Oh. Excuse me. Okay, we will adjust our depth. I think that is pretty close. We'll make a cut and we'll see how she comes out. We need to do both sides of this one, just the 2 passes. So let's see how this works out. Again, I'm going to come in the wrong way for the first part of it so that I don't have any tear out on that tongue bit. Lord, that almost went horribly wrong. Luckily, that didn't bite. That would have came back, punched me right in the face. All right, let's make sure. Okay, that is really tight. That is just a wee bit too tight. So we're going to try to just nudge it. Much better. Much more gooder. And beautiful fit. Much more gooder. Okay. And the other side fits too. Perfect. All right. Now let's move back over here. What kind of wood am I working on? This is curly maple, right? And then I have curly cherry and black walnut. So we're going to do a quick little dry fit. Make sure this... Now remember, none of this is sanded, so be gentle. Right? We're just going to make sure that everything looks good. Good grief, that's a tight fit. Nailed it. Let's clean it up a little bit. One of these pieces was number 7. All right, so this one goes here, this one goes here. That's not terrible. You got a good fit. See if this one will go in. Nice. It's still a little tight, but we can deal with it. I'll fix that in, oh, you know what? I can fix that when I go through and do my fitment sanding. Never seen anyone work walnut? It is a beautiful wood. It's not my favorite to work with, but it is gorgeous. When used, I think when used appropriately, it's gorgeous. I think in this case, it fits very well. And I'll alcohol it so that you guys can see it once more. That is still a little too tight. Now, if I would have used laid out the other panel, it doesn't have these inclusions in it. But it's, but it's over there, so. All right, we're not going to seat these. No, if they'll go into one, we'll seat them. We're just going to get them to sit here. Get this piece down. Well, that piece of black walnut slid right in there. All right. We'll go with this. Obviously, there's a gap up here that's not been squeezed together, but this takes our overall length down to 34 1/4. A little bit heavy, but let's do this. Let's spritz it and see what the general idea is going to be. Get rid of the standing alcohol. Obviously, these haven't been sanded yet, once again, but there we are. What do you think? Hi, Susan. Your first Elegant Live. Well, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. What do we think? Let's see if I can't get it so you can see it from the edge. Oh, goodness. Unplug the damn phone. Ruining everything. See it from the front. can't really see the curl that way, but this way the curl on the cherry does stand out. These are curly maple. I know it doesn't really stand out there in the picture, but that'll give you a general idea of how she's going to look. And I think, you know what? I think I'm not mad at it. I'm not angry at it. Thinning these styles down, I think that was a good call. I really do. Now, it's 8 o'clock. We're done with power tools. So I'm going to just kind of stand here, hang out with you guys for a bit. I do have to, I'm going to let this dry, but I do have to do some hand sanding finish and finish fitment. Some of these, they fit a little tighter than others, so I got to work the tongue and grooves down and get them to be proper. So that's what we need. We need a good fitment. So aside from that one board right here that my fence wasn't tight on, which was entirely my fault, it I mean, look, I can cut that off there and you reuse that for something, which I probably will, but for now, it can go in the scrap bin. What I want to do is I want to get the fitment proper on everything, and then I'll take each individual piece out and I'll sand everything, front, back, the edges. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate that. But how is your guys' week starting off? Check fitment on these. So I want these to be a nice kind of friction fit, but we are going to be gluing this stuff together. So we don't want to push all the glue out. So I need them to be a little bit looser than trying to hammer them together. You plead the fifth. That's fair. I know I've seen you in other chats. I know you've got some stuff going on. Daryl says, meh. Rougher than 60 grit paper made with obsidian. I mean, so as many of you guys know, my day job, until the shop can support everything, is a mechanic, a Chrysler mechanic. So I'll never run out of work. But to Bel Air, you can't ask that on a Monday? Wait, I can't ask that on a Monday? Sunny weather and 60 degrees. It was 70 degrees when I got home today. That's amazing. Now, Wednesday, we're supposed to get snow. So, more of that bipolar Mother Nature. But it's supposed to be like 45, 48 during the day. So that snow shouldn't stick around if it lays at all. Mondays suck every Monday. Yeah, that's true. I don't even know why I asked, to be honest. But so my day job is a mechanic for Chrysler, and what do we call ourselves now? Stellantis, FCA, whatever. So I've been working on a couple of diesels last week and today. only to get halfway into a job and find out that oh, that's a rather loose fit, to be honest. God damn. We don't have the special tool. Oh, there we go. We don't have the special tools that I need to continue on. And there we go. We had to order them, so I won't have them. I won't be able to finish that particular job I was working on today until tomorrow, which is super cool because tomorrow I have other jobs to do. 87? Man. Creation Dust, I am in Pennsylvania. Northwest PA, up by Lake Erie. There's the Dick. Hey, Dick. How you doing, bud? He's been in here for 3 live streams now. Always comes in to say something stupid. It's like my own personal troll. I was wondering where you went, Dick. Glad you popped in. Also, thank you, Cleveland. '83 in North Carolina? Man. Not happy about the cool down. I hate the cool down. Run a fleet shop at 38 mechanics working for you? I am sorry. Because I know that I can be an asshole during the day. No way, Richard, you're leaving? Why? I was just wondering where you were. Man, it's gonna break my little heart. I think I'll survive. 18,000 pieces of equipment. Good Lord. Anyway, I know that I can be a bit of an asshole during the day. I can't imagine 30, or how many did you say? 38. Oh, good Lord. That's painful. Do I have all my fingers? Yep. Yeah. I have them so far. Tomorrow is a different day. Tomorrow may be the day. And let's be honest, I do some sketchy stuff, so it's probably just a matter of time. Actually got you. I wonder if that is my delivery. Man, that is brutally. Oh, I see why it's so tight. It's not the groove, it's this piece. Okay, Susan, enjoy your dinner. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. So, one of the things I have to pay attention to is, so my grooves, these bits here, little dados, they go with the grain. So if you drive the wood together, it's very easy to just blow off the whole side, and we don't want to do that. We've made enough mistakes on this project that we don't need another one. So all I'm doing now is, you know what? Let's see what my issue is. My issue is this end. And I just picked up these new chisels here because I can't find my good ones. Now, I haven't Almost dropped them on the floor. Good Lord. I haven't sharpened them or anything, but hopefully I haven't flattened them. I haven't done nothing to them. I haven't cleaned off the oil on them. Maybe we can just pare this down a little bit. There's a little bit of a raised portion here. We're just trying to trim that off instead of sanding forever. That should, there it is. Okay. Just trying to be careful so I don't damage my material. All right, let's see if that will fit in there. Oh, that is much better. Let's knock off a little bit more. So I'm just using the chisel to scrape. You can probably see the dust on there. That's literally all I'm doing with the chisel here, just to trim it up a little bit, kind of flatten it out some. I must have not applied pressure proper to this piece when I ran it through the router table. Much better. Much more gooder. Okay, so one thing that I'm not sure if I mentioned to you guys, the way I have these plain, the way I have this done is you can see that the maple styles are higher than the black walnut panel, okay, on one side. On the other side, they're flush, okay, or close to it. They'll be sanded flush, all right? This is the inside, the flush side. I didn't want to, I thought it was a good design choice to not put dents in a baby's head, you know, because babies flail around, right? Sometimes. So the best idea is to make this smooth on the inside, and we'll do this little race style design on the outside, and we'll just soften that with probably a 45. We'll just take a little bit off that corner so it doesn't have any chance of splintering, and you know, it's not so harsh, it just kind of fades in. But that way our young one doesn't get any dents in their head, and I don't get yelled at by Alan. So there we go. Well, those ones fit pretty nice. I do want to run the sandpaper through this one just a little bit more. You're wondering what it was? Yeah, I figured in terms of safety, and I don't have a kid, so I figured you'd err on the side of caution instead of, and still have that little design where the maple will be a little taller, right? I can see that one. Oh, that's the one that I just did. Okay. So this one's going to take a little bit more sanding to bring that maple down, but it's okay. It's cool when you can build your own furniture. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. And it's something that I really enjoy doing. I like the challenge of it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get mad at it. I get annoyed at it. I get mad at myself when I make mistakes, especially stupid ones like I've done today and last week. But this is all part of the process. So once you get done being angry or annoyed or upset, the next thing you have to do, or embarrassed in front of, however many people watch this, that's probably the worst part, is being embarrassed at making a mistake. But mistakes are a fact of life. And once you get done being upset about it, or embarrassed, or annoyed, or whatever the process is, then all you have to do is to fix it. And it's not rocket science, it's just wood. It's not the end of the world. There we go. I sanded that one to this one. All right. That one needs a tiny bit. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. This one's got this tiny lip right here. I don't know if I can do this with this chisel, but I'm going to try to do it without breaking this. I think if somebody tells you that they don't make mistakes in woodworking, I think I can confidently say that they don't do any woodworking. It's just part of the job, part of the hobby, whatever it is. Mistakes happen. I really do try to not let them bother me, but let's be honest, I get annoyed at myself for making stupid mistakes just like everyone else does. And well, it is what it is. But like I say, after you're done, you have two options. You can either quit or you can fix it and get better. And I choose to fix it and get better. Thanks, Daryl. I appreciate you hopping in. Definitely get that dog tended to. Dogs are important. Yep. Creation dust. Mistakes happen to everyone. And yeah, in your case, mistakes can be a little more damaging than in my case. I guess it depends on the mistake. I got this little nub of wood in here I'm trying to pare out of here without compromising the... Ah! So for anyone who's new, I do have a community post where I'd like you guys, if you guys are willing, to go and post a little bit about your channel and let other people come and find you. I find it's easier that way, going through the comments, as opposed to a vertical live stream. Because on phones, the vertical live stream, the links don't work. So instead of having to have somebody go back and look through it all, it's just... there we go. That's much more gooder. Ah, got something in my eye. Hi, Squirrely Outdoors. How you doing? Thanks for popping in, buddy. Appreciate it. I see Last Breath. Hey, Last Breath. How you doing, bud? Just taking a break. Saw I was on. Well, thanks for popping in. That's great. Today we fixed our mistake that we should have never made, to be honest. We made the panel too long. So unless the baby was ridiculously long, it would have not worked. So what we did was, instead of redoing the entire thing, which I was fully prepared to redo the black walnut pieces, I'm not going to lie, we just cut down the maple stiles, made them thinner, and I think that it worked out better, honestly. I honestly think, I'm not a big black walnut fan, but I think that actually looks better. So, we'll see once the whole project is together. I'm going to have the hearts cut out of each panel. I think it'll work out nice. I do have a... But yes, if you guys are willing, I would like you guys to post on my community page under that post I made for you guys to just share your channels, maybe tag somebody who's a maker of some sort or whatever. And maybe we can spread some love around. Thanks, Cleveland. I appreciate that. I've noticed that you haven't commented yet. Just saying. So far that I've seen anyway, we've had Janelle Art. She does kind of like she does painting. And I thoroughly enjoy her channel. It's very kind of relaxing, calming, and okay, I think that will have to get pared down a little bit. Yep, just a nudge. That's got to get worked down. We've had, let's see, we had Runic posted. Runic does a little bit of everything, it seems. He's an amazing painter. I really do enjoy watching him. In fact, he has a live stream tomorrow at noon that I'm really looking forward to. That is my lunch break, and I know how I'll be spending my lunch break. We've had Alan AA post. His channel is just fishing, pictures with his dog. His dog is awesome. Just gonna say that. I can't ever go wrong with pictures of a dog. If you search for 351 Cleveland, you will probably get a bunch of car stuff. I pay hell every time I try to search for him. But he posts a lot of fishing videos. He's got this cool little short video where he went to a dam, and I just really like the dam. I don't know, kind of like I thoroughly enjoy it. And then we've got, I mean, I know you guys are a bunch of creators. We got Matthew there. He'll do like casino trips. He'll take you along on his day job, delivering or driving. There's Cleveland's link. Thank you, Alan. I think everybody in the community really is very, very cool. I don't think I've ran into one person in the maker community that is a tool bag on YouTube. Outside of YouTube, there's a lot of them, but here everyone seems pretty chill, and that's the kind of community that I like. I don't know. There's Creation Dust. Oh yeah, Creation Dust. He's a chainsaw art. Like take logs and turns it into like Sasquatch and stuff. I believe the other day it was a mushroom, right? Or am I mixing that up? Do I have you confused with someone else? I'm really sorry. If I do confuse you guys with each other, I'm sorry. I have a bad memory and I try to keep up with everybody. And they all kind of run together at some point. And then I get names and things confused. I haven't seen the eagle inside, Alan. I'm going to have to check that out. Wait a minute. Creation Dust, do you make tables with the raised, like, shark or turtle or anything in it? Is that you or is that somebody else? Told you, I'm sorry. If it's not you, I apologize, but I thought their name was, thought it had creation in it somewhere. It might not be you. I think they're local to me, relatively. Yeah, the laid back folks seem to be drawn to each other. That's someone else. Damn. Yeah, if you guys like, I don't know. I feel like if you're here, then you probably like at least a little bit of woodworking, or you're just here to support me, in which case I appreciate it. But I've noticed we've been getting more and more woodworkers in here, and I'm super thankful for that. And I think we can do wonders if we just push you, give a spot where we can go and hang out with each other and visit with each other. For not visit, I mean a place where everybody's links are right there. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to hunt through videos and channels and then try to remember where that comment was that had that link in it in that one video that we don't remember watching, but we know we watched that bit. Thanks, Urgel. Urgel makes fishing baits as well. So does Crappy Man Jigs, the real CMJ. I don't know if Urgel does it on camera yet or not. R&P Custom Lures. He makes baits. He makes wooden baits, in fact, and he paints them as well. In fact, I have just your crazy matches mine. I have some, and I haven't made. And he painted this, and I haven't made the box yet. I have a spalted maple box started here that's going to go hanging on my wall here, and these baits are going to go in it. But he does a really good job. I've got a bunch of them in here that I purchased from him. I try to support small makers as much as I can. I feel like it's important. Yeah, it's really cool. And if you check out his channel, I don't know if he posts a whole lot on his YouTube channel, but he has an Instagram and a Facebook page that he posts stuff on. That's usually where I'll see him. I don't see him when I'm scrolling through shorts very often, which makes me think maybe he doesn't post a whole lot. But I could be wrong. He did just start making this stuff. Like, I say just start, I mean, like, I don't even know if it's been 6 months yet. This overnighted Turner Morel mushroom. $183? Good Lord. Well, I guess you did overnight it, so you basically bought those mushrooms a plane ticket. You know what? These chisels, I'm not too mad at how sharp they are yet. I can already see, though, that the edge has got a couple of nicks in it, probably from the black walnut. Or it had nicks in it and I didn't notice. But right out of the package, they seem to be doing the job quite well. I can cut the fuzz off of my maple. Yeah, Runic, so Runic posted on my community post. He dabbles in woodworking. He does painting. He does blacksmithing, which I'm super anxious to watch that. One of these days when I have time, I would love to build a blacksmith forge, like a proper forge, with yeah, man. I am so sorry. That's taken so fucking long. It's your case really isn't that expensive to ship it. I think I did the estimated shipping on FedEx, and it was like I don't know how much it was offhand anymore, but it wasn't that bad. It was about as I don't know. I think it was probably a little more than when I ship a cutting board. So not terrible. And it's not the weight of it; it's the size, the dimensions that get me. Because they don't just care about the weight; they care about the dimensions. I do got to get that shipped. I have to make a trip into town. Now I don't work across the street from FedEx anymore. So I've got to make a special trip. Let's put that down so we don't fuck that up. I got to make a special trip into town And every time I go into town, I forget about it. Hey, Alan, have a good night, bud. Oh, are you leaving, Alan, or no? Oh, okay. All right. Well, have a good night, bud. Hey, Janelle, how you doing? We were just talking about you. Do I make wood lures? I do not. I do not. I dabble on occasion, but Mrs. T. All right, get him taken care of. Have I made a wooden lure? I've made a fish. Look, I cut a fish out on the bandsaw. The very first fish I ever cut out. It counts, right? Well, now I want to know what's going on. I missed a good portion of his stream last night, and when I was there, I had it muted. Right? Looks like a fish to you. It counts. There's some hooks on it. Something will bite it, maybe. But I had to have his stream muted when I was on it because I had to do a lot of paperwork and stuff yesterday, and I completely forgot about going live and doing this. So apparently I can't just shut my business down for a couple of weeks. I still have to do some things. Little fiddling and whittling. All right, Mrs. T, keep us updated. Oh, left side. Isn't that's the side with the lump on it, isn't it? Has he played with it? All right. Well, go and get him taken in. We can. It's not like we don't see each other every day. I mean, not see each other, but we're on here every day. One stream or another. Speaking of business, I highly recommend those of you that are selling things, don't talk business. And you had to call him. Yeah, I kind of wanted to call him too, but I got you guys here. Don't talk business with someone when you're distracted, because I have this standing rule where I will not give you a quote on the spot. I will generally, unless it's something that I make all the time, like a cutting board, right? I have a set price for those, right? But I will generally tell you, okay, I will give you an estimate, either later that same day, or we'll get back to you in a few days, right? Yesterday, I was distracted gathering up all my stuff for I had to FaceTime, not FaceTime. I had to video chat with all the people that are involved in the grandfather clock build. So I had to video chat with all of them, and I'm gathering up all of my stuff, getting everything together so I can look at least a little bit productive or professional. And I was talking with a local realtor at the same time, and I made the mistake of, she wanted some big keys, right? And I made the mistake of telling her that I would do it for a set price. I wasn't thinking. And as soon as I told her that, the quantity tripled. And I was like, okay. So that made me curious. And, you know, I had already set a price, so I will stick to my price. Let's just say that I am just under 50% of the local market value for them big fucking keys. Now, granted, it's mostly laser work, so I don't really lose a whole lot. Okay, but still, that left a ton. I say just under. I'm probably more like 35, 36% of local market rate. But that left a ton of profit, so to speak, on the table. And now, if she orders more, so that initial thing, that profit thing, that's not a big deal for me. Okay, this is a realtor that I tried to get in with years ago, well, months ago. And she had, or they had no interest in it, right? And so this, then they contacted me. This realtor contacted me about doing stuff for them. So, ultimately, I'm hoping it leads to repeat business, because the flip side of that is, if she comes back, she gets this set of keys that she wants, and comes back in 6 months and goes, hey, I need, 15 more of those. And then I go, about that price went up. That's a whole nother conversation that's really fun to have. And it generally puts a bad taste in people's mouths. But I do think that I can play it a little better and manage to save face on it a little bit. But yeah, last breath. That's exactly my thinking. The realtor that contacted me is literally right up the road. So, hey, Coffee, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. I'm thinking about giving her. In fact, she was my realtor. Her and her husband were my realtors. So, I'm thinking that I can probably tell her she got the friends and family discount or something. Now, I'm not necessarily losing money, okay? There's still, I'm definitely covered my materials and, some laser time. But, and I don't need to be at market rate. That's not how I run business, right? But I do still prefer to be relatively close to it. Now, when I'm looking at, you guys all know that when I sell something to a client, my whole business goal is to make something high quality that is affordable, that anyone can buy, right? Like my cutting boards, for example. I know I use them as an example all the time, but people around me are selling cutting boards that I think are inferior to mine, and they're selling them for $200 or $300. Well, Joe Blow down the street, maybe he can't afford that, but he really wants to buy a nice cutting board for his mom, his wife, whatever, right? So in comes me with my, what I feel is a superior cutting board. You got a butcher block style cutting board, a proper cutting board that I think looks beautiful, and it's generally a one of a kind, unless I accidentally make it the same pattern that I made another one, right? Which can happen. But I give him my cutting board, for $75, and he doesn't have to pay shipping because he's right here, right? Suddenly, he can afford something that's high quality, good looking, and handcrafted. And that's generally how I like to run my business, right? I think it does much better, especially for my local area. Right. Now, when you come to businesses, especially larger businesses, that doesn't necessarily apply. Okay? I still like to be fair, but I also know those businesses generally have money to burn. So, there's a little bit of a give and take there. I don't make a ton of profit off of the individual, but I do make profit off of bulk, right? That's how my motto has always been. If I can sell one cutting board at $200, or I can sell 100 cutting boards at $75, which one has more profit? Yes, it takes me more time, but I can batch out cutting boards. I did 40. What was my last order or a group of orders? 40 or 60 of them. I can't remember anymore offhand. But that was my last order, and it took me less than a week to get them all done. So it was a decent deal. And I have customers that I had sold some of those boards to, because it was a two businesses and then a bunch of customers, like just regular people, and sorry guys, my chat was frozen. Give me just 1 second. And those people have already placed other orders with me because I have started to build that trust, I think. Mean Green, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Yes, we did just hear about Turner. Mrs. T was in here letting us know. So we'll hang out here. Let me read this. Better upsell those add-ons. All-weather finish, $50, right? Never give the price in your first combo anymore. Yeah, I definitely don't do that. And I got distracted, and I allowed myself to make that mistake. And thankfully, I'm not going to lose, per se, on it. But I'm definitely missing out. Coffee for your pickle. Do you want it all green or maybe a wood grain and green idea? You are the artist, Coffee. It's not going to get fished with. It's going to hang on my wall. So you make it however you like. Okay? You just let me know how many dollars I need to cash out you. Gotten burnt a lot over the years. It's not always easy. Yeah, I agree. Not a bad approach. Yeah, exactly. I try to work up a proper estimate for people within 3 days of getting an inquiry. And I'll even do things like, if you want laser work, right, and it's not something that I have, I've got terabytes of laser stuff, right? But if it's not something I have, I'll draw it up. I'll do it up. I'll do up the program, right? I'll put it in Lightburn. Maybe I'll engrave it or whatever onto a piece of scrap that I have, right? 1/8" plywood is super cheap. And, when you're using little bits of it at a time to show somebody what an idea is so they can have it in their hand, right? And I don't generally charge for any of that. So, my design fee really only applies to businesses. Now, if you want something intricate, like on the back of a cutting board or something, I may bump that cutting board cost up a few dollars, but generally, I just throw it in. It costs me nothing to put it on the laser and push go, right? A little bit of electricity, a little bit of wear and tear on the laser. The laser has paid for itself tenfold. So anything now is just free use, basically. Can I laser Lexan? Talking about the plastic? I don't know. I've never tried it. I probably could. If it's clear, I have to put some sort of coating on it. Clear or reflective. I have to put some kind of coating on it. Yes, for sure, Coffee. Time is money. Am I on top chat? I don't know. Maybe. Or my chat was frozen. Oh, have you missed the taste testing portion? we haven't gotten to that portion yet today, Janelle. So, if anyone wants to hear a really funny story, I recommend you go watch Janelle's live from last night, where she let us know that this goes here and this goes here. She let us know that when she was a child, she had an affinity for wood finish, apparently. Yeah, 100% told on herself. Could you put tape on the back of the Lexan bill piece as a backer? I'm not sure. I'll have to get a piece of plexi and play with it. I believe I can. It's just a matter of getting something to stop the laser. So a laser works by transferring heat, right? My laser that I use out here is a diode laser, so it's blue light, and that, if it reflects off, it's not going to transfer that heat to the material, or it'll pass through it and transfer that heat to whatever I have underneath it. So there is sprays and stuff that I can get. I don't know. I haven't played with Lexan, so I'm not sure what the process is, but I do know it's possible. Now we're cooking with linseed oil. Like I said, guys, I definitely recommend it. Watch her live from last night. She usually posts her live streams. So, how small of a piece can I do? My laser is 0.08 millimeter, I believe. So I can go pretty small. Now, the level of detail will definitely decrease if you're trying to write the Bible on a 1x1 piece of Lexan. It's just not going to work, right? But the laser will definitely try. It'll just be unreadable. So what we're doing now is we got the other piece relatively dry fit, but we need to get this panel so that we can put it together. Should try to make a fishing lure. I probably can. I've never made one, but I probably can. So I don't ever say I can't make something. I just haven't yet. Can't is it's a shit word. Once you say you can't do something, you give up. And I don't give up. So, as evidenced by me trying to be a furniture maker with my life. No, I don't have time to try right now. Doing this right now. Maybe later. Bye, Mean Green. You can go to Crappy Man Jigs and RMP Custom Lures, and they'll make jigs. I take it you know him, Turner? So the bill on a pickle, or put your logo on it, maybe mine on another piece. I can try. I will get, let me know what kind of stuff you use, and I'll go get a piece. And I'll go get a piece, and I will experiment and let you know. Yeah, Turner. What the hell's going on? Now that you're here, you might as well tell us. Or are you going to be going live tonight? Let me know, and I'll pop off, and you can just tell us. Start with you and Ty's slides. Yep. All right. So 1, 2. Huh? I'm all mixed up. 3 and 4. And a 5 and a 6. Okay. Can't breathe. From the bottom of your eye to your lip is swollen. Not the side of your... Oh, okay. Well, shit, man. Hopefully it's just an allergic reaction or something. And not anything serious. I'll be over here. You look normal if you were 200 pounds more. Well, you don't have to do that coffee. I'll order some. I'm not... like I said, I mean, I'll probably look it up and get an idea of where to start at least, but yeah, I hope it's just an allergic reaction or something. Not anything serious. Did you get stung by a bee today? Yeah, quit eating bumblebees. Okay, so this is piece 10. Which goes there. This is piece 1. I think this goes there, actually. Is this the bottom? Where's my writing? Oh, that's the top. Okay, so these go here. And then this piece goes there. And this piece goes there. Right? Those two get switched. Okay, I think we're good now. Making dino nuggets and going to see what's up. All right, man. Hey, crap or creation dust. Have a good one, bud. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. Ordered it from McMaster's. You have a bunch of it? Okay. All right. Well, I mean, if you want to send me some to play with, I'll play with it. Send me a picture or something of your, or PDF or whatever of your logo. Right? Dino nuggets will fix anything. Well, I guess in that case, I'm going to assume that Turner isn't going to go live. So we can just hang out here for a little while. If you guys like. Or at least it's not going to go live right now. Hi, John Doe. How you doing, bud? I mean, I'll experiment with my... all right, so that one fits beautifully. I'll experiment with my logo first, but... that fits beautifully. I think we already did most of the dry fitting on this one. See, this one needs a little bit of work on the groove. Not a big deal. So I'm not as behind right now as I thought I was going to be this morning, since we didn't have to remake panels. So all right, Turner, that makes sense. Yeah, this counts as your day off. I'm gonna need to see a doctor's note. Gonna be live cooking morals tomorrow. All right. I really should figure out what they look like and go poke around. See if I can't find some. So this is the bottom. Oh, there's another piece that I'm... let's see, where does it start at? All right, let's try this first. Let's spread this. We'll be in and out for a bit. All right. All right. So I don't know if you guys can see it, but right there, you see that tiny little bit right there? That little shelf? That is because I didn't hold the piece of wood properly when I was routing it. So it got shallower of a cut there. So I got to trim that off. There's apps to use to identify them. Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? My dumbass is going to take a picture of a mushroom, and they're going to be like, oh, it's great. You can totally eat that. I'm going to eat it, and I'm going to be toast. Or I'll be so damn stoned out of my mind because I picked the wrong kind of mushroom because I'm too close to a cow pasture. No liver just like that. I mean, there's an app that I used that ruined my belief in app identification, and it was an app to tell you what kind of rocks that you were looking at, and it was 100% wrong 100% of the time. Picture this app works. I might try it, but I'm definitely not going to trust it right away. I'm not going to be like out in the woods and decide, oh, I can eat this because this app says so. I will definitely test it first. Well, there's a lot of stuff I can do. Remembering what wild things that I can eat is not one of them. And some of them wild things definitely ruin your day. Alright, that is much better. And I think I can just wiggle that rest out. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, it was better. For fuck's sake. Look like sponges. The only morels I've seen are the ones that Alan's posted pictures of. That's it. Like a wrinkled sack. Yep, that's definitely something I want to put in my mouth. Thanks for that image, Grass. I appreciate that. False or solid? Oh, okay. See, that's useful information. That is useful information. I did not know that. I'd have fucked around and found out. I'd have been like, well, Turner says it looks like a sponge. Grass says it looks like a wrinkled old ball sack. This looks like both. I'm going to eat it, and then I'll die. There's always a pickle in the sack. I just seen a short on YouTube here recently. It was probably because I do a lot of woodworking, looking at stuff, right? And or looking at woodworking stuff. So the short was some Japanese, I believe, folks. They were punching holes in a bunch of logs and then injecting the mushroom spores or whatever for shiitake mushrooms, and then plugging the hole that they made, and then putting the logs out wherever they put the logs out. They stacked them up, right? Like 2 and then 2 and then 2, right? And then you come back and you got shiitake mushrooms all over it. I had no idea that's what shiitake mushrooms looked like. That I was invested in that short. most of the mushrooms I eat come from the store. So, like shiitakes, that was the white one, the button mushroom or something. There we go. That's much more gooder. Much more gooder. I think what we're going to do is when I get this laid out, we'll throw some alcohol on this panel, and then everybody will see there's some curl in this section of black walnut. Oh, both sections here. That's pretty. It's on the inside, but it's pretty. Try chicken of the woods. I don't know what that is. Huh. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. You know? Okay, is this going to be a sanding one, or I got to do a little bit of chisel work on this end? There must have been a lot of them that for some reason I wasn't putting the proper pressure on it on both sides. And it was probably the outfeed side. And I probably just trying not to have it chip out. So I slowed down and let up on the pressure. I didn't think I let up on the pressure, but obviously I did. It's a mushroom in PA? Well, shit, I need to know what it looks like. I'm in PA. And is there anything that looks like it that is not okay to eat? I'll just put a scratch on my wood. Hopefully that comes out with sanding. Well, this little ring they put on here is already loose. I mean, these aren't expensive chisels. Like, I'm on Amazon, for crying out loud. They were like, I don't know, $25 for 4 of them. I only got them because I couldn't get my other ones. They don't make the other ones that I got anymore. And I have to decide which of their other ones that I... Chicken of the Woods has a flat bottom, and the false Chicken of the Woods has gills. Are gills bad in general? Because I'm pretty sure I eat mushrooms that have gills on them. Like, don't shiitake and those little white button mushrooms have gills? Or are they, like, less pronounced, or the bad ones are more pronounced? I don't know shit about mushrooms. I'm counting on you guys to not let me die. Oh, that's how you identify that one in particular. Okay. So if it looks... Son of a bitch. Am I walking out of my cut? So if it looks like the same mushroom, but it has gills, then all right. Well, that makes sense. All right. I think this one can be sanded now. I'm going to make a group chat with all you people in it and be like, hey, I found this mushroom. Is it going to kill me? Can I eat this? And then nobody's going to respond, and I'm going to eat it anyway. And I'll be like, just reply in the, or send out a text in the chat and go, nope, can't eat it. Orange top and smooth bottom. I've seen those on the sides of dead trees. So you don't mean like the great big, it doesn't have like the big, they look like a shelf on the side of a tree. You mean those ones? You trust me? Absolutely not. But you know what? I mean, I guess you're as good as anybody. Also called beefsteak. Oh. I've had beefsteak tomatoes. Or not tomatoes. Mushrooms. Beefsteak tomatoes. Yes, those ones? Oh. Well, shit. Little bit more sanding. I think that one will be a good fit. Similar taste and texture to chicken. So they taste like everything? Let's be honest. Chicken doesn't really have a flavor. It's really good at carrying a flavor, but I don't really know where this is hanging up at. So we're going to beat it together, and then we're going to find out where the scratch marks are. Can and should are vastly different things. Yeah. Yeah. Had a gnat in here or something. Buzzing around in front of my face. Yeah, that one fits really good. This one. Die, you little bug. Why are you in here? There's cedar on the walls. fuck's sake. All right. So we're going to end this poll. Let's see what the results are. Here's our results. I like it. 20% said burn it, cry, and then start over. You are my people. The tiny drone sent by the competition. I have no competition. Using soot when test fitting. On occasion, I will mark it with graphite. Rub a pencil on it. Hey, what's up, Crazy? How you doing, bud? In fact, I may have to do that on this. On some of these, because that last one has a really tight spot, and I'm not sure where. And they're both hard woods, so not rightly sure which one is going to leave a mark on which. Same thing, basically. Yep. Doing good. Tying up a few jigs. Hell yeah. You whine and then fix it. Crying is optional. Or ignore it for a year is also shit. Or longer. Accurate. You're definitely my people. All right. Why don't we try and see if we can dry fit these. Oh. I'm going to pare this one down a little bit. I'm sorry, Grass. Such a disappointment. Nope, not complaining. A year or a decade. Same thing. I get mad, toss it, and go back and fix it, plus what happened from tossing it. I can't tell you the amount of times that I've done that. Troll ID. I agree, Grass. I agree. Ooh. A little tapping is okay, but not that much. Goodness. Wiggling that down so I can find out where. You know what I probably should do is I probably should plug you guys in. Yeah, that's what we expect of you, Grass. That's what we expect. The entertainment. So all I'm doing, I don't know if you guys can see what I'm doing. My 12-year-old boy manifested. Is I'm just running my chisel ever so slightly against the edge, just kind of taking off a tiny little chip. Or shaving, or whatever you want to call it. Not too much, because I don't want it to create a loose fit. But it does need to fit. I'm almost there. Snug, not tight. Yes, snug. The nice thing about the cherry is when I put it in there, it leaves this like, I'd show it on camera, but I don't think you're going to see it. It's just a very light mark on the white maple. Because the maple is harder than the cherry. So it kind of transfers a little bit of the color. That's not a bad start. We'll see how that plays out. You know, I really thought we had these dry fit before. Am I doing this upside down? can do that. When I flip that one upside down, this one, it changed my grain pattern. I'm super disappointed there for a second. Whoa. Much more gooder. Let's double check our size before we go getting crazy. Beat it with a hammer. 34 1/4. That is acceptable. That is acceptable. We can do that. I'll spray it with alcohol, see what it looks like. Because after all of that work, I like to look at how pretty it is. So I know this hasn't been a waste of time. Since we got to this point, we can look at it and see that it's pretty. Just look at it. Get high on alcohol fumes. You know, Grass, this is only my second one. And I really feel like I'm behind the curve. Yeah, that does look sexy, doesn't it? I like looking at it in the camera here so I can see what you guys are seeing, and looks pretty good. This, pretty good. This smell reminds me of cheap vodka. Fourth Jack and Coke. I'm going to have to pick up the pace a little bit. Now, we're down to a proper size. It's not exactly where we wanted to be, but it's within a margin of error that is acceptable. So think for a second. Yeah. So I think this will be great. Now we can get I do still have to just a little bit of fine tuning this fitment, but it does fit together, stays together, and there's just a little bit of fine tuning to do. Sexton Irish. All right. You know, I'm really thinking that I kind of want. Oh, hell, I kind of want an old fashioned tonight. I think when I go inside, I'll make one. But, Grass, did you see the grain? The black walnuts grain. If I would have shortened this, like this middle panel or this piece, that grain wouldn't continue. It would be noticeable. That's only one side. You got 3 more to go. I'm not drunk enough for this shit. No. That's 2 sides. That's 2 sides that have the dry fit ready. I mean, just a little bit of fine tuning with the sandpaper and stuff, but in general, this is acceptable. I want less hammering together, right? So it seems like this end of the board, it's probably just going to end up being sanding the rails, to be honest. This one slides right in and out. You've seen that. The 2 ends are 1 panel each. So that'll be easy. That's just going to be cutting it out and then shaping it. These were the hard part. Everything else from this point forward is cake. Hey, Brian, how you doing? Thanks for coming, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, this was the hard part. Getting all of these pieces to work together was the hardest part of all of this. The next hard part will be cutting out the hearts, right? Because that's all handwork, and then the router. Hopefully, I can, when I make my pattern, I make it so that it's good. So I don't have to do much. I just transfer. Flip it, everything works. Put it here, flip it, everything works. Put it here, flip it, everything works. And I don't have anything off center, because that would be annoying. If it's only a little bit off, because it's a heart, I can shape it into submission, really. But then the shaping of the end panels, getting one to the shape that I want it. That's going to take a little bit of effort, but then you use that one as a template to make the other one. So the second end panel will be cake. And then it's just putting it together. But what I think we should do, I don't have any glue out here, but I should run in and grab my glue. Another grandbaby. What I should do is I should run in and grab my glue, and we should glue up the blank for the stretcher. We should get that glued up so that it at least has time to dry and be ready to go. So if you guys bear with me for a few minutes, I'll run inside and grab my glue. You guys can look at that. I'll even spritz it with some more alcohol so it looks pretty. Does it look pretty? It looks pretty. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Give me just a minute. All right. We got glue. It's a full bottle. The silence is deafening. I'm sorry, grass. Good Lord. This life, we don't want to get that old. I mean, great grandpa. That's, oh boy. Should have turned on your heater and needed noise. I'm sorry. This has to dry a little bit before I go folding it up and putting it in. I didn't wipe it either. All just puddled up on here. It's a good thing that alcohol doesn't really affect the wood fibers. Like, or this wood would be worthless. Like, as much booze as I've sprayed on it. This is my first one out here. My second one today. So, I never cleaned my clamps, so this will be a treat. This will be a real treat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move my router table. Because we are pretty well done with that, I hope. At this point, this work is done. Just a little fine tuning, but third, you opened one at the top of the stream. Oh, all right, fine. Keeping track and shit. God. I gotta take my can bag out to the recycling bin. That's right. That's right. I remember now. I remember now. So I'm going to clean off the sawdust off my table here. Man, that damn router is messy. Move this thing back. Yeah. Alright. Is this dry? Almost. Almost. It's getting there. Is that Jenny you drinking? Hell yeah. I bounce back and forth. I got Bush in there too. Army made you observant the details. But Jenny is, I'm not mad at it. Excuse me. Only the red and white can, though. I don't do the, what is it, blue? The light? Bush light, Jenny regular. You don't like Jenny? I mean, it's beer. None of it has any alcohol in it to speak of, so. Not when the grand scheme of things. Not when I got a bottle of bourbon and brandy in there. You look like a Jenny guy. Listen, I just started drinking it in the last year. Old guy beer. Almost went below the gutter for a second. That's the PBR, and yes, I have PBR in there, and it's generally my lawnmower beer. You don't get to judge me, all right? I'm riding around on the mower. Well, yeah, I'm drinking it. You don't like PBR? Ooh, Dragon's Milk Bourbon. Barrel-aged stout. What's my favorite beer? I don't have a favorite beer. PBR's toilet water. I don't have a favorite beer. I just have a beer that I'm drinking this week. Hicks, Old Guys, and Teens. So, you drink PBR. Yeah, cold is generally my favorite. The colder it is, the less I care about what it tastes like. When I was a kid, we had this beer called Lion's Head. It came in, it was dirt cheap. It was like 13, 15 bucks. For a case of bottles, and the first 2, 3 tasted like shit. They were terrible, but it was cheap and you could get a lot of it. And then after that, you didn't care. You used to drink Rolling Rock. I can't do Rolling Rock. I get such a pounding headache from that. Remember Lion's Head? Yeah, it was terrible beer. It tasted like grapefruit. Like that first one, it always reminded me of grapefruit. I'm not a grapefruit fan. I mean, I'll eat it, but I don't care for it. Milwaukee's Best or Natty Light. Yep. I like those. I have I don't have any more. I just finished it off. I like bottles of fuck. Now I can't remember what it is. I had it. It was right there. I'll think about it. Mad Dog 2020. Good Lord. A tiny keg every weekend. We had a meet. Hell yeah. That's the kind of sponsor I need. Hey, beer companies. Just saying. Your logo could be on that fridge. Spread That is a sponsorship that I could get behind. What is it? Comes in a bottle. I've never seen it in a can. We didn't win much, but you never let it slow you down. Hell yeah. Sometimes the old farts brought out the Jenny. The Jenny Light. Oh, that's terrible. At least I drink the regular Jenny. All right, come on, come on. I'm not. Most of the beer I drink is when I'm doing yard work or I'm in the shop. That's pretty much it. I don't really drink a lot of beer per se. Unless I'm in the shop. And then, or, I'm not doing yard work. I'll sit by the fire. Usually I like to have a mixed drink of some sort. But if I'm going to sit by the fire, excuse me, goodness, and get toasted, I'm going to take out some beer with me. Because I'll mix up a big drink. And then I'm too lazy to walk all the way back to the house. I used to drink Budweiser, but man, it's got a terrible taste anymore. Ginger beer and tequila. Natty Light before PBR. Cold pop while you're barbecuing? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I gotta be honest, like, especially during the summer, I will drink a lot more beer than I will mixed drinks. Mixed drinks are generally at night, right? That's when everything settles down. I no longer have to be a functioning adult. I can just sit down and enjoy. And I'll mix up a drink or two. But the rest of the time, it's usually just beer. I don't think beer has any alcohol in it, really. Not if you you've seen what's behind my bar. Beer is like water. But during the summer, I mean, a nice cold beer in the middle of a summer day, man, that'll hit the spot. It'll have to be. All right, this is dry, so I'm going to break this down. You're high functioning drunk. I very rarely get drunk. Anymore. I used to get drunk all the time. But I very rarely get drunk. I will get to a point that I feel good, right? And that's usually where I'll stop. That's also usually where I have no filter. So I try not to be around other people because no filter is generally frowned upon when you're trying to be a functioning member of society. Even with Bex and Steph around. I don't drink with them very much either. I'll have a drink, maybe two, sometimes a third, but I don't generally get drunk. I will drink much more conservatively when I'm around them. When I'm around people in general. Because I know me. And I've got a big mouth. And I will say all sorts of things that I shouldn't say. I won't do anything stupid. But I will say enough of things to piss everybody off. It's like a game at that point. Plus, I don't like making a fool of myself, and if I get drunk around other people, I feel like that makes a fool of me. Right? Like, I'll do something stupid or whatever. Like, I was a kid. I was younger. I did a lot of stupid shit back before we recorded everything in our lives. Very happy and lively drunk. I am usually very happy when I'm at that sweet spot. If I go beyond that, I generally turn into an asshole. Not like I'm going to fight you or anything, but you might want to fight me. Can't drink all day if you don't start early, right, Runic? 100%. He needed you so he didn't get fired? I really got to go back through all these lives and do the timestamp thing. Video killed a lot of fun. Yeah, it did. You ain't kidding. I grabbed some wood here. Giggity. And, we're going to make a blank that is way oversized, but I don't feel like running a power saw right now. Besides that, it's 10 o'clock at night and I'm not going to run a power saw. I think we're going to... glue this up. And probably call her a day. All right, there's a little bit of curl on that. Not as much as I'd like. There's figure on that, but no curl. Man, the curl on this shit sucks. Unless it's just the angle that I'm looking at it. Like, I can see the curl down the spine, down the thin edge. I could see it. But down the flat... You know what? I think we're going to go with... Alan, you still here? Hey, Mrs. F, how you doing? You a professional drinker? You fell down just like a professional. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Alan. It's that's why I don't generally drink around, or I don't drink around a lot of people. Spritz it with booze, make it pop. All right, that's fair. Hang on, I got to add more booze to my spritz bottle. I'm going to buy stock in rubbing alcohol. Definitely have to have a couple beers together. Hell yeah. All right, Alan, if you're still here, we're going to pick if you want straight grain or cathedral grain. In fact, let's pick a different piece of cathedral. Well, it's going to be both pieces, but whatever. Because you're going to have it on one side and then the other. But 2 pieces of straight grain, and 2 pieces of flat cut that we can work with here. Alan, which one? Bottom, top? Giggity. Stream was behind. Sorry. Bottom? This one? Okay. All right. We will go with the cathedral grain, or flat sawn. We'll go with that. That will be your stretcher. What is cathedral grain? It's where the grain does this. It's also like flat sawn, right? You get the points for the grain. It's usually very, very prominent on like construction lumber because they don't really care, right? Because you're not getting this stuff for the look of it. So you got full bottom or top. No. So you've got actually this piece of wood has all the cuts on it. No, we're not wide enough to have all the cuts. So you've got straight grain, right? Which is this over here. You've got your flat sawn or cathedral. The whole thing is flat sawn. But if you were just looking at a board this wide, this would be cathedral grain. And these would be rift sawn, possibly. Yeah. There's a whole lot that goes into grain selection. Like milling, actual saw milling, is a science because so the edge of this board would be flat sawn. Like this is how this stuff came out, right? You have the cathedral grain here, right? That was it. That was how it was cut out of the tree. So if they would have just done this all the way down through, you would have got a couple of these boards off the sides, but they like flop them around and do all kinds of crazy stuff. I need these to dry all the way before I go playing with them. You're gonna come back, time your ass out. Nah, you're all right. That was a very basic explanation, but it gets the idea across. Now, hopefully, we can leave out this chunk of sapwood at the end, this lighter wood. Hopefully, we can leave that right out of it. I'd like to be down here, but we'll see. Actually, what was our overall length? 36? Oh yeah, we'll be maybe here. That's adorable. That's adorable. I don't think. I think he's probably already gone. Woo. Almost threw that right on the floor. So, if everything goes according to plan, those waffles don't sound very good. If everything goes according to plan, this will be the last piece that we have to run through the planer. Because, we'll run it through height-wise to make sure it's flat, right? We'll joint it, all that happy shit. Jointing something this long is a little tricky, but we'll run it through on the flat, and then run it through the planer, get it down to the proper thickness, and that should be the last time we have to run that planer. But that won't be for a little while. It was fun until it wasn't. All right, let's pick a side, shall we? One side is lighter than the other. One side is darker. One side looks purtier. Why don't we do it this way? Yeah. Clamp that all the way down. It's not twisted and weird. Perfect. Now, is this overkill for a stretcher and uprights for a bassinet? Absolutely. 100% it is. You could do it with 3/4 inch wood. You don't need to do this nonsense. This is me. This is all me. This is all because I have no self-control. Last century. And we're going to use so much glue. Dab of glue, just a bottle. But on the bright side, these are the same thickness, and I know that because they're from the same board. Hey Steph, now what am I doing? You missed the glue up, or the final dry fit. Nothing's final in woodworking. You missed the dry fit of the new design. We're going to glue up the stretcher blank, and so that way it can sit over there and dry. Man, my nose is itchy. I need to get clamps ready. And we're not going to worry about any dents on the outside because it's going through the planer. So I'm not overly concerned. I'm more concerned about keeping it square. Ish. I want a picture. Send you a pic. Go back in the stream. Look at it yourself. All right, I got a paper towel. I need a spreader thing. Got one. Ain't got no time for that. Well, I didn't take a screenshot. And I didn't take a picture. And I used all my alcohol. I'm all out of alcohol. I totally don't have any left in here. See? See? You can see right through it. There's nothing in there. Sassy. Alright. Alright. Let's get this glued up. And we can call her a night. Those guys just use a tip for spreading. Well, I'll probably have another drink. Chat with you guys for a little bit. And then we'll call it a night. Yeah, I gotta clean the tip off. Brownies. All the glue. All the glue. Oh man, I went right off the board there. Is this thing open? Nope. Right on the floor. Fuck. Oh, wasting glue. It's probably not enough, but we'll find out. The whole bottle. Just take the lid off. To be in my way. That was hilarious. I like it. All right. So that was partially to trigger Janelle. And partially because glue's cheap. Just take the lid off. It seems to be in your way. That's hilarious. And it was only this much of the bottle. Right? Just take the lid off. It seems to be in your way. That was a dad thing if I ever heard one. They have me chuckling all night. Remember, guys, glue's cheap. Bad glue joints aren't. That's my philosophy. Oh, I ripped my paper towel. Bippity boppity boo. All right. Think it's enough? Dick, don't be a dick. Oh, Richard came back. Pour the back of the bottle. We get starving kids out here. Need more clams. Dick is back. Hi, Tobias. How you doing? Thanks for coming. We're building a bassinet, a swinging bassinet. No, it's a new bottle. Look, this had time to settle, right? This was full. I filled it up when I went inside. You see that line right there? That's where we're at. Boom, boom. So we used this much glue. This is a 16-ounce bottle. I better not do that. Turn her grassel. So we used what? How many ounces is that? This much. Probably. Oh fuck. Probably. Did you put plastic down? Yeah, this plastic here. It's not on the floor though. So the camera can't keep up. Why you buy a whiteboard? A jelly donut clamp. Buying stocking glue. What kind is that? Type Bond 3. The other bottle. Stroking your bottle. About one pony on the floor. Oh goodness. Alternating clamp colors. Dick heard bottom and rushed over. Yeah. Whoops. Get glue everywhere. It's a concrete floor. It's fine. Now, let's get serious. Changing clamp colors. Might as well throw a couple more on here since I have some here. Just so I make sure the middle stays nice and secure. That side was... This side, the boards are relatively flat, but around here, this side started curling up. That's why I put that 2 pieces of wood there. There's tape on it, so the glue won't stick to the tape. There. One glue up complete. And it's only mildly all over the place. Tell you what, though, that's heavy as shit. I probably shouldn't do that. I'm going to be dumping glue right onto my clamps. I am, however, going to scrape that on this side. And now it's dripping on my floor over here. So that I have a relatively flat edge to run on the jointer. And I don't have to scrape it so much, hopefully. Turner, I didn't see. How are you doing? I seen you were in here, but I didn't see your response to asking you how you were. Should I glue? Oh, you're waiting in this flu-infested... Oh, perfect. Perfect. Make sure that glue gets deep into the wood. Feel good enough to go back to work? Will your boss allow you to? No, what line? You have to pay for this kind of abuse at OnlyFans? Or there could be gaps, more glue. Now she's sitting beside you. She's gonna force you to stay there. Oops. Alright, let's clean the glue off of this. I know I've said it before, but if anybody doesn't know, you know these little things you can get to put under your door, right? You got the metal strip and that rubber like flap thing. Those work great for spreading glue. If you don't wipe it off, it just kind of it pops right off the rubber piece. I think it's pretty good, and it's cheap enough. Really, you could just go whatever and throw it away. Giggity. Oh, look. I've got one left. How about this side? I will say the Jorgensen clamps, the bigger ones, they are a more substantial clamp. But the rest of these are all the other ones are Harbor Freight clamps. Throw it on, don't need to be lonely, right? Why not? Stanley just showed up. Oh yeah? Stanley is her cat that like disappears for a few weeks and then randomly comes back and pees in her house. Giggity, size matters. Like Jorgensen makes really good clamps, right? Like these three here are the same size clamp. The Jorgensen is beefier. There's more to it. The handle is easier to grip. It's a little larger. I know that looked dirty, but and the bar here, the silver part is thicker. I know. I'm hoping that when people watch this back, they're not paying much attention to the comments, but I feel like that's half the fun of watching back videos is reading the comments. But one of these days I'm gonna put on rubber gloves when I play with glue, so I don't look like this. And I don't have any sawdust on my fly. I do right here. I mean, I got a full bin of it right there, so. There. Much more clean. Time for a drink. Just like one day I'll make a wood mallet. Yeah. That'll rough up the skin. Wood glue washes off if someone would install a sink in the corner. This wood glue does not. This wood glue is waterproof. Once it dries. I mean, it'll come off your skin, of course. But not your clothing. And I don't have any on my jeans. It's been a successful day. I do kind of want to put a sink over there, though. I've got the garden hose right there. I don't need hot water. And there's a drain right underneath that. Like where all the wires and the pipe comes in here. There's a square hole in the floor with boards covering it. And a drain that goes out into the middle of the yard somewhere. So it'd be a pretty good place to just put a sink. Yeah. Bucket of grit, automatic sandpaper hands. Yeah. I've got helping hands over here. O'Keefe's. Believe me, I use the shit out of it too. Being out here in the winter, you get some really dry hands really fast. You don't have glue on your pants yet. Yes, yet. These are the new jeans too. I forgot that I grabbed these when I came out here. Although I wasn't expecting to do a glue up tonight. By this time, I was expecting to be on my bowl of oatmeal watching Turner. But turns out, Turner had other plans. He had to go get his face swollen. Sprayer on hose with cutoff and a sink, good to go. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. I'll put one of those splitters, those like garden hose splitters, and just run one to the sink. They probably make a faucet adapter that you can hook right up to a hose. I didn't even get to try your new molds. I know, right? Oh, that's all right, Turner. It helped me make up for not being on Sunday. We got a little bit more done. Foot pump in the same? Nah, I want the garden hose. But I think they make an adapter that goes from a garden hose to the little hoses that's on a sink. Sounds painful splitting the string. Or at least a faucet that you can attach to a garden hose. I'm sure they make one. Of course, they make everything else. So, you know what I got to do? Is I have to get past that to get to the fridge. So. Oh, it's on my vacuum. Whoops. Oh, it's not on the important side. Guys all yelling at me. I still have to take the lid off. It seems to be in your way. That's hilarious. Scary movie right here. Under. Watch Red Green Show get some good ideas. Got one with your fillet table? Hell yeah, I knew they had them. They had to have them. Reminded of a scary movie. What did I do? Although, speaking of movies, when Dickie was vacuuming his room, oh, Lord. There's that storm they said was coming. I think either that or it was the wind kicking up. Might have been the wind kicking up. All right, so what did we do today? It's the simple things can strike you funny. Yeah. What did we do today? We fixed. Still one drink behind. I'm sorry. Yeah, these don't even count as a drink. Maybe all 4 of them counted as one drink. Yeah, what did we do today? We got the side panels fixed. We got them mostly properly sanded for dry fit. We got the stretcher glued up. Drink beer to sober up. Yeah. It's got like no alcohol in it. I don't even know why they don't let you drink it while you're driving. No, just kidding. So once this is dry, that is essentially all the components of our build. That's it. So we have the stretcher, which we were waiting to make till we got the final size. We've got our side panels there, right? And there. We got our uprights here and here. We got our feet here and here. And we got our side panels, or end panels rather, right there, which need to be cut to size, obviously. And then all we have to do is we'll have to make a block of walnut, right? That's not a big deal. 2 blocks because we got to make the 2 feet. But he's a simple man. Yeah. I think most men are simple men, Steph. Bought hook covers so you didn't hook your clothes. Have I already cut end panels? No, not yet. They are sitting over there still glued up. We haven't gotten them. I have to make I think I'm going to make a jig. No, I'm not going to make a jig. That's a lot to make a jig for one. We're just going to draw out the shape. And I'm going to cut it, sand it, refine it, right? Get it all down the way I like it, the way it looks. And then we'll use that panel as a jig for the other panel. And then we have a whole lot of drilling. And we got to shape the legs and the uprights, or the feet and the uprights. And I'm thinking we're going to put a black walnut block as an actual foot. We'll put 2 of them on the bottom of each of those feet panel, each of these. All right, so these are going to get shaped. They're not just going to be a block sitting on the ground, but I think we'll put a black walnut piece here, right? Nothing crazy, just like 3/4 of an inch, and one over here, and then we'll shape this so it kind of curls up in the bottom and back down. Not all the way up to here, obviously. We're just going to come up a little bit, give it a little bit of a curl, and then the top we're going to curl. We're probably going to curl it in and then flare it up. And when we get to the black walnut block, it's going to come in here. So kind of like think that's what we're going to do. We're going to make one, but we're going to draw it. All right, I'm going to draw it. I'm going to cut on the bandsaw. We'll change the blade to a thinner blade. Cut on the bandsaw. We're going to draw the design on the uprights. We'll cut that out on the bandsaw. And then we're going to cut one. We'll use one as a template so that both relatively match. They won't be identical, but they'll be close. And then where the foot comes up to the upright, there'll be a block of black walnut. And that'll get shaped into it. And then all I have to do is we're going to make knobs on the drill press. We'll make 4 knobs, 2 that are removable and 2 that aren't. And then once we assemble or start to assemble, we'll make our 2 forked wedges to put in the stretcher. The only thing that won't be able to be taken apart is the actual box portion. The uprights will come off of the stretcher, and they'll be able to, that way you can kind of break it down. At least that's the goal. We'll see how it plays out. And then obviously we're going to shape this, but this is going to be a very simple shape. It's just going to be, it's going to come up in the middle and down, it's going to be kind of domed on the bottom and domed on the top. So it's a little thinner in the center. Not a lot, but a little bit. Enough to be noticeable, I think. Enough to give it just something a little different than a block. I think it'll be good. It'll be real good. And then sanding. Lots and lots of sanding. And cutting the joinery. Yeah, I sure hope so. I think it's going to look good. We've got all the pieces figured out now. The sides, they had me scared for a little bit. I'll be honest. It was a roller coaster of emotions going through that. From happy, seeing it laid out, excited about it, finding out that it was too big, and then angry, embarrassed, sad, upset, and then back to joy. Nivens. All right, you want to see me do a backflip? We'll do a backflip. I'll take you along for the ride. All right, you ready? You ready? I better see that like counter go up one, and we're not doing a backflip. Let's go. Chop, chop. I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't know. Tick-tock. You ready? Huh! Oh, Jesus. Man. That was nuts. You know what you're going to do before you do it? Still didn't get a thumbs up. Man. All that acrobatics my fat old ass did. What is the most interesting thing I have in here? Most interesting thing I have in here. Me? Maybe a regular flip. Tool-wise, Probably my laser. Not tool wise, Grandpa's shotgun. And usefulness wise, wood glue fixes anything. It's a glue bottle. It's juicy. Shotgun is lovely. Thank you. It's nothing special. It's just Grandpa's. It's nostalgic. It's Grandpa's old shotgun. Probably came out of a catalog. I think one live stream we had figured out when and where it was bought. But it's nothing special. It's decommissioned, so it can't be used anymore. Hey, Robert. When are you going to spin glue on a lathe? I need to get a lathe first. Excuse me. I do want to get a lathe. I want to get a lathe, and I want to get a scroll saw. Put a board on the drill. Been thinking about a laser engraver? I enjoy. So I'll be honest. When I started doing customized things, like I didn't even know how to use it yet, but I could write people's names on stuff. That was basically all I knew how to do. And I still don't know how to do a lot of things that people do, but I'm getting better with it. But once I started being able to put people's names and dates and stuff on different projects, like cutting boards, for example, that was a huge bonus to my business. Customizing stuff, people love that. Have I been able to do my logo with it? Yes, I have. Absolutely. And almost every piece that comes out of my shop has my logo on it. Here's ones that I engraved, and then I used acrylics to fill them. I was playing around with it a little bit. Right? So I know it's backwards, but I have what did I do with it? This is a mess up. That's why I still have it. But I was able to engrave all this. Now, I didn't finish cleaning off the masking tape, right? So I discovered that it was messed up, and I just gave up cleaning. But you can see it does engrave really well. You come up with a logo and a name for your stuff. I used AI for my logo. I just kept playing around, and as simple as it is, I couldn't do that. I just couldn't. I couldn't put it together. I knew that I didn't want a saw blade in the background, right? Because almost every woodworker channel has a saw blade back here, and I knew I didn't want that. And so I just played around, looking around on AI, like different websites and stuff for logos, and putting in different keywords and things. And I came across this one. Now, this one does bother me a little bit because this isn't centered in here. You can see that bottom line is a little shorter than that top line. This distance is bigger than this distance. So I will fix that. You know, it kind of bothers me that it's not symmetrical, but overall, I'm not unhappy with it. But yeah, I suggest, getting ideas, going to like type in business logo on Google or whatever your search engine is, and just pick one of the AIs and go through there. That way you can get some ideas on what you want. You don't actually have to use those. But great, now you're bothered. Yeah, I see it everywhere I go. I can see that it's different, and it drives me nuts. I've been trying to just let it go to see if it'll grow on me, and it hasn't grown on me. Like, other people don't notice it, but I notice it, and I don't know. It's just one of those things that, like, I didn't notice it at first, and then I started putting it out everywhere. Now I'm like, son of a bitch. It's not even centered. It looks stupid. Nobody's gonna buy anything from me. I don't even have a symmetrical logo. My honey's handmade. He's got a really big laser, big CO2 laser. He does little medallions. You can buy them on his Etsy page too. He does little medallions that'll put on stuff with like the square barcode thing, QR code. I thought it was because of the writing on top. It very well could be. It might be why it decided to make it like that. I could probably just push them together a little bit and then shorten the top or elongate the bottom. In fact, I do think I have one somewhere, probably on my server, where I was playing with it a little bit. Will it do it on metal? This one? No. You can do coated metal, but it does not engrave metal very well. I used to have a can in here. Maybe I don't anymore. Oh, shit. I used to have... So I make board butter, right? And I give it away a can with every cutting board that I make. And my tins are like 3-ounce tins. A beautiful hoodie with a defective logo. Bro. Everything that I have with my logo on it. Sitting in the ER with a defective hat on. I may just keep it just because at this point it's a name. And it's a name that people are getting familiar with. Like, I feel like if I changed the logo, people would notice. But Steve from My Honey's Handmade, he made me some stamp pads. Right? Oh, that's upside down. He made me some stamp pads. Hey, look at that. It's right side. Huh. And then I got a bigger one with my email address on it. I just have to make the wood blocks for it. The bigger one has my it's a bigger logo and my email address. And but anyway, so I make board butter. Just put ink on them. Of course I like vodka. Yeah, so you attach that, probably like rubber cement, attach that to a wooden block, and then stamp it in the pad, in the ink pad. Like I've got this ink pad. It's it actually is, it's 3 colors on one pad. Right? That line in the middle is because I wanted to look, I put my finger on it. It's a gradation of color. Acid free and archival. and waterproof. But it also, I can use it on my bigger one because it sticks up above the plastic. Like, I think that'll be kind of cool with the logo. Add a little bit of color to it. Add some cushion between the stamp and blocks. I'll probably put like a little piece of that stiff foam rubber. But I don't know. I don't know if Steve does. He makes stamps. Is that permanent? Yeah. Yeah, it says permanent. And archival. Now I'm kind of bummed that I don't know where my tin of board butter is. So I got these 3-ounce screw top tins, right? They're about, I don't know, 1.5 inches tall. And I don't know, 3 inches wide. And they're coated in black, like black paint. And my laser, I engraved the top of it, the lid, with my logo and the ingredients, how to use it, something like that, or stuff like that. But I thought I had a tin out here, unless I used it all and I just never brought out another one. Oh, no, that's an old tin. It doesn't have the logo on it. I dig around in here so often that it could have fallen down somewhere. Huh. Anyway, the gist of it is, like, so I engraved, is that an echo trimmer on the wall? Oh, right there? No, it's my DeWalt cordless one. No, Dimitri. Ain't nobody kneeling before the Russian flag. Go away. So my can is black, and when I engraved it, it just burns off the black. So it's silver logo and words. If I remember, I'll bring a can out tomorrow. I'm a little bummed out that I don't. Maybe I used it for something, I guess. Huh. It's really cool. The front handle is shaped like an echo. Yeah. Yeah, it's a DeWalt cordless. My gas trimmer is a Husqvarna. Man. Oh, well, it is what it is. I'll bring another one out tomorrow. Because we'll be back out tomorrow. We have to do at least sketching out what we're going to cut tomorrow. And the bandsaw isn't very loud, so I can probably run that for a while, but we're not gonna do anything crazy. Too much trimming for electric. I do too. I've only got one battery for it, one 60-volt battery, and I need probably 2 more. The Husqvarna commercials, yeah. I like so I've got a push mower. I've got, I don't know, 3 or 4 chainsaws that are Husqvarna. I've got one that's Echo, at least one that's Echo, and a couple other random ones. But I like Husqvarna. My push mower's Husqvarna. My gas trimmer's Husqvarna. If I could have got a Husqvarna riding mower, I'd have done it. Or maybe that's what my other one. One of one of my chainsaws is. Maybe it's a still. I don't know. They're currently buried. I don't know. They're all orange anymore. That's seltzer water. Tastes like TV static. We're just hanging out right now, Dinnerell. We got our stretcher blank glued up, and we got our end panels. They're all but done. Yard guys buzzed off all the daffodils. Oh, you said they were gonna chop down everything last night. I really should. So I've got a lot of what the hell are those lilies? They're like orange. They're orange. They grow in like clumps. I can't remember. Tiger lilies, maybe. But I've got a bunch of them that I've got to thin out. I've got to like dig them up and separate them. Lily picked all your flowers. She left a few. And then I've got tulips that I'd never planted. Like they were here before. There's just like out in my back lot, like outside the fence, there's just like this big clump of them in the middle of the yard for, I don't know, because reasons, I guess. I kind of want to transfer them around, but no, they're not crocuses. They're just orange lilies, like orange with like black spots. But they don't have like, it's not a long stalk like you see growing alongside the road. Well, I don't know. They're growing alongside the road everywhere here. They're just orange lilies. Easter lilies, maybe. Tiger lilies. I've always called them tiger lilies. There is another. I've called it a lily. I don't remember what it is, but yeah, I've got huge clusters of them. They're like they're massive, like 3 feet across. Clusters. They need to be split up. But it's all along the back here next to my deck, and so I put up boarding so that I don't run over them with the mower and stuff. But and then one random clump next to my trash can. It's just a random clump of them there. I need to split those up. I need to transfer some more hostas because I like having my driveway lined with hostas. I think it's nice. Orange. I love the accent. I don't know if it's much of an accent though, Grass. They make fun of me for it here too. There's another one that I grew up down home. Up here there's the tiger lilies, right? They just have a whole bunch of leaves coming out of the ground, right? And then you get this really tall stalk with an orange flower on it. But down home in the middle of the state, right by Hershey, Harrisburg area, the stuff growing in the ditches alongside the road is this long stalk with like leaves that kind of branch off of it and an orange flower on top. Looks an awful lot like a lily. And I haven't seen one of those here yet, and I kind of want some. So I think I'm gonna next time my mom calls me, I think I'll probably have her go out get me some seeds. So because I like them, they're kind of cool. They get like, I don't know, 3-4 feet tall. A spider flower. I don't know what that is. RNJ, orange. Yeah, so I'm a big fan of hostas. I really like them. They're simple. They're almost impossible to kill, and they're big bushy things with some. Mine have like purple flower stalk things that come out. It looks nice next to the driveway. You have a million of Rebeo in. Yeah, next time I go over to Steph's, I'm gonna have to steal some of her hostas. Like I have, so down the side of my driveway, right next to the house, um, in the back lot by the fire pit, there was some, what do they call it, variegated with the green and white stripes. There was a bunch of those, so I took a bunch and I put them up here next to the house or next to the driveway, and then I added in some regular green ones, and then I went to the greenhouse and excuse me, goodness, and I just grabbed a bunch of random ones and planted them over there, and half of them died, but the other ones are fine. Like the half of the ones that were different just died. Probably because it either doesn't get enough water or it gets too much sun in that area. But that is what it is. The other ones, though, they're growing like crazy. You want to move to the back and side of the house? Yeah, I know. Get a shovel. Hostas you can split real easy. Just don't split them in the middle of summer because they don't like that. That's when I did these. When I transplanted these, they were good lord. I had to water the shit out of them. A bunch of pampas grass. I don't know what that is. Hey Josh, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. Pampas grass. Is that stuff that gets like 6 feet tall? Just a big grassy bush? Yes. Yeah, people have that around here. Tall, thin bladed grass. Yeah. Yeah, people have that around here. Giggity. It seems to like people put it in a little clump as like an accent, and then that little clump just grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. It's like the good old days. Hell yeah. I want some of it as a I wanted to plant some of it as a like a a grass wall next to the road where I hunt because my one tree stand I can see the road in winter, and figured plant something similar to that, maybe not that, but something similar, really tall grass that'll hang out. You all been pretty good, Josh. Been pretty good so far, so good. We got some we got some really good progress on our bassinet. Got the last glue up piece there. Well, the last glue up blank anyway. I think you have a real shovel over there beside the fridge. There, between the fridge and the wall, there's like I don't know, 10 shovels, 3 garden rakes. There's 2 push brooms over there, or at least one. Probably 1 or 2 or 3 other brooms. a leaf rake or two, all kinds of stuff. I stuck everything back there in that corner. Like when I have to get one thing out, it's going to be super annoying because I'm going to have to pull everything out to get one thing. But I'm going to put up I'm going to build probably, maybe I'll do that on live stream or something. I'm just going to build a little like garden tool shed. Nothing big. It's only got to be like 2 feet deep, 6 feet tall, and I don't know, 3 feet wide. Just put the whole front be a door, like a big cabinet. Just gonna put it outside next to the deck. I'll bring you a shovel, Steph. There's no one here and you're still waiting? Fuck's sake, man. Really getting that hourly rate. I can't get rid of it. That's diabolical. Oh, that reminds me though, since my dickbag neighbor's gone and I got nice people over here, there's between my house and theirs, there's a bank that's mine, right? So the last couple of years I just let it go. I didn't really care. And mainly because I knew it annoyed him. It's 11 o'clock. And so now that I got nice neighbors, I'm gonna go through and tear that all up and throw down some wildflower seed. I like looking at flowers. Like I let the back half, so my back lot, the upper half, because it's flat and then it's kind of hill down, and the hill down is kind of blocked by there's trees on 3 sides, and the neighbor can't see it because it's downhill. I usually leave that grow until June, July, when everything's done kind of flowering. Oh yeah, keep that shit, man. Hell yeah. Dickbag. Adding that nickname to my list of nicknames. Where's everyone from? I'm from Northwest PA, up by Lake Erie. Ironically, in Northwest PA, there's a town called Northeast. Turner's from South Carolina. Alan, you're only like 14 hours away from me, man. I bet I could make it 10. A street named Canada and a city named Paris. All right. When I first moved up here, a town called Uranus. Listen, we have a road in PA. I believe it's on the eastern side of PA. It has, on that road, you can go through, what is it? Blue Balls or Blue Ball. Oh shit, I forget it. There's like 6 towns. Shit, Blue Ball, Essex. Damn it, I can't remember it. Hell yeah, Brian. Hell yeah. And it has a fudge factory, no lie. That is perfect. If there wasn't a fudge factory there, I would be very disappointed. Yeah, you guys, if you're bored, look up what the hell do they call it? Disappointment Road or something in PA, or the Disappointment Trail, something like that. I can't remember. But there's some towns on there that are very, very innuendo, and I feel like they did it on purpose. I'm gonna look up Uranus Fudge Factory. Uranus Fudge Factory. Because, I mean... I would not look that up. I am going to look up Fudge Factory in Missouri. That'll probably be a safer Google. That'll probably be a much safer Google. Wouldn't be America without dick jokes as a street name? Yep. Heard it in the corner of your ear? Missouri. When you're in Uranus. That is perfect, though. I mean, if they didn't have good fudge, that would be a disappointment. But I think it's 11:15 on a Monday night. It is time for me to go eat dinner and go to bed. So thank you all for hanging out with me for 5 hours. Holy shit. 3 hours longer than my original intention. So I will see y'all tomorrow. We'll come in, we'll do some sketching, maybe some cutting, and do some more work on this. All right, guys, have a great night. There's a chocolate fountain in Uranus. I hope so. Have a great night, guys. Thanks for hanging out.